Hey there, folks. Welcome to our cozy nook of tales and adventures. Today, like every episode, we're unlocking the doors of imagination to explore new worlds, meet fascinating characters, and experience unique emotions. I promise to take you on an unforgettable journey through the power of words. So get comfy, grab your favorite drink, snuggle into that perfect spot, and get ready to lose yourself in a new story. Leave the outside world behind for a while and dive with me into the depths of storytelling. If you enjoy our content and want to support the channel, consider hitting the subscribe button and giving the video a thumbs up. Now, without further ado, let's dive into today's story. The moonlight cascaded through the silver leaves of Elindria like liquid diamond, pooling upon the forest floor in spectral puddles. It was in one such puddle that Seraphel first saw the reflection, not her own tall, lithe form, but something else, something impossible, a crack. Fine as a strand of spider's silk, it ran across the face of the nearest eternal sentinel, a towering statue carved from luminous moonstone that had stood watch over the eastern borders of the elven realm since before the first song. As Seraphel approached, her footsteps silent against the moss-covered ground, another crack appeared, then another, a web of fractures spreading across the ancient guardian's solemn face. "This cannot be," she whispered, her voice barely disturbing the sacred silence of the whispering grove. The eternal sentinels were bound to the very essence of Elindria. They could no more crumble than the stars could fall from the sky. Yet, even as the thought formed, a fragment of moonstone broke free, tumbling to the earth with a soft thud that seemed to echo across the centuries. A quiet whimper drew her attention away from this impossibility. Beneath the shadow of the fracturing sentinel lay a bundle of rough cloth, incongruous against the ethereal beauty of the grove. Within it, a child, unmistakably dwarven with its stout limbs and already thick brows, gazed up at her with eyes like burnished copper. Around its neck hung an amulet of dark iron, etched with symbols that made Seraphel's vision blur when she tried to focus on them. "What are you doing here, little stone child?" she asked, kneeling beside the infant. "These woods are no place for the children of the mountain." The child's only response was to clutch the amulet tighter, the metal glowing with a dull red light that pulsed like a heartbeat. As if in answer, another piece broke from the sentinel above, and this time, Seraphel felt it like a wound in her own flesh. By dawn, word had spread through the crystalline spires of Silverhold, the elven capital. The eternal sentinels, all 12 that encircled the realm, were crumbling, and by noon, Queen Elindra had issued her decree. The dwarven child was to be taken to the borders of Khazad-Volkir and left there, a message sent to inform the mountain lords that one of their own had been found and returned. "The child is an omen," the queen declared from her throne of living wood, "a harbinger of ill fortune. Let it return to its kind." But Seraphel, standing before her sovereign with eyes downcast as tradition demanded, could not forget the pulse of the amulet, nor the way it seemed to synchronize with the spreading cracks in the sentinels. "My queen," she ventured, breaking protocol, "I believe there is more to this child's appearance than chance. The timing of the sentinel's decay." "You overstep, Sentinel Seraphel," the queen interrupted, her voice as cold as winter frost. "The dwarves are delvers and destroyers. Their presence has always been a blight upon our borders. Return the child and resume your watch. That is all." Seraphel bowed deeply, but her mind was already racing ahead. In her 600 years of service to the Silverhold, she had never disobeyed a direct command. Yet as she carried the dwarven infant toward the borderlands that separated the lush forests of Elindria from the craggy peaks of Khazad-Volkir, she felt a certainty deeper than loyalty pulling her forward, not to the border, but beyond it. The halls of Khazad-Volkir bore little resemblance to the airy pavilions of Alindria. Here, majesty was carved from the living rock in geometric precision, illuminated not by the gentle glow of enchanted flora, but by the steady burn of forge fire reflected in veins of precious metals that wound through the stone like frozen lightning. Seraphel drew more than a few stairs as she walked the echoing corridors, the dwarven child cradled against her chest. An elf in the heart of the mountain kingdom was as rare as snow in summer, but the guards had not stopped her. Something about the amulet around the child's neck had caused them to step back, their expressions a mixture of awe and fear. "I seek audience with Lord Dargrim," she announced to the imposing dwarf who blocked her path at the entrance to the grand hall. "And I bring a child of your blood who bears a mark of great significance." The guard's eyes flicked to the amulet, then widened. Without a word, he turned and led her deeper into the mountain, through passages that grew older with each step. The architectural style shifting from ornate to primal until they emerged into a chamber that seemed to exist outside of time itself. Runes covered every surface, glowing with an inner light that shifted between sapphire and emerald. At the center of the chamber stood a dwarf whose beard was bound with bands of inscribed metal, his eyes so dark they appeared to contain the void between stars. "Lord Dargrim," Seraphil began, but the dwarf raised a hand to silence her. "I know why you have come, Sentinel of the Silver Wood," he said, his voice resonating with the chamber's perfect acoustics. "Though I did not expect one of your kind to be the bearer." He approached, examining the child, but making no move to take it. "This is no ordinary foundling. This is the last of the Guardians' bloodline." "Guardians?" Seraphel asked, the child stirring in her arms as if responding to the word. Dargrim's expression darkened. "Has your kind forgotten so much, or did your leaders deliberately erase the knowledge?" He gestured to the walls around them, where Seraphel now saw that the runes formed images. Elves and dwarves standing together before a great rift in reality, a joint army facing creatures of shadow and flame. 3,000 years ago," Dargrim intoned, "our peoples were not enemies but allies, united against a common threat. The Star Devourers, beings from beyond the veil of our world, hungry for the essence of life itself." As he spoke, the runes shifted, showing a massive portal being sealed by the combined magic of elf and dwarf. "And together, we created a barrier between worlds, a seal powered by the blood of 7 families, 3 elven, 4 dwarven, who swore to maintain the watch until the end of days." Dargrim's eyes fixed on the amulet around the child's neck. "That is the sigil of warding, passed down through the last of those bloodlines, and it grows dim as the seal weakens." Understanding dawned on Seraphil like a cold sunrise. "The Eternal Sentinels, they're part of the seal," Dargrim nodded grimly, "as are the pillars of Khazad that support our deepest halls. They have begun to crack as well." He finally reached for the child, his weathered hands gentle as he took the infant from Seraphel's arms. "This little one is the last guardian, the last keeper of the blood oath." "What can be done?" Seraphel asked, though part of her already feared the answer. "The seal must be renewed," Dargrim replied, "but the ritual requires what we no longer have, trust between our peoples and the sacred relics each side was entrusted to protect." The journey that followed was one of both physical hardship and emotional revelation. With the dwarven child, whom Dargrim had named Torin, Guardian in the ancient tongue, they traveled first to the deepest vault of Khazad-Volkir to retrieve the Hammer of Dawn, a weapon forged from metal not of this world. Then, against Queen Alindra's explicit commands, they entered the most sacred grove of Alindria to take the Starlight Crown, its crystal facets designed to focus elven magic into its purest form. Along the way, they faced the distrust of both their peoples. Seraphel was declared outcast by her queen, while Dargrim was branded traitor by the Dwarven Council. Yet as days turned to weeks, and the skies above began to darken with unnatural clouds that swirled like vast whirlpools, they found unexpected allies, younger elves and dwarves who had grown weary of ancient hatreds, scholars who remembered fragments of the old alliance, warriors who sensed the coming threat. The portal, when they finally reached it, was hidden in a place that belonged to neither realm, a valley between mountain and forest where the air shimmered like heat above a forge. Here, the veil between worlds had grown so thin that shadows moved independently of their casters, and whispers in no earthly language curled around them like hungry serpents. "The seal is almost broken," Dargrim announced, his voice tight with urgency as he placed the hammer of dawn upon an altar of stone veined with crystal. "We have little time." Seraphel added the starlight crown beside it, the two artifacts beginning to resonate with each other, their power building in harmonious waves. What now? How do we activate them? It was then that little Torin, who had barely made a sound throughout their entire journey, began to wail, a cry so full of ancient sorrow that it brought tears to Seraphel's eyes. The amulet around his neck pulsed with crimson light, brighter and faster with each passing moment. "The blood of the Guardians must renew the seal," Dargrim said softly, his eyes never leaving the child. "That is the price that has always been paid." Horror washed over Seraphel. "You cannot mean he is a child. There must be another way." But even as she protested, the air before them tore open like parchment, revealing a swirling void from which emerged tendrils of absolute darkness, not the absence of light, but the negation of existence itself. Behind them, shapes began to take form, towering silhouettes with too many limbs and eyes that burned like dying stars. "The Star Devourers come," Dargrim whispered, drawing an axe etched with protective runes. "The choice is no longer ours to make." Yet as he reached for the child, Seraphel stepped between them. "There is always a choice," she said, her voice steady despite her fear. "I have studied the ancient texts in your halls, Dargrim. The ritual requires the blood of the Guardians, yes, but it does not specify how much, nor does it require death." Understanding dawned in Dargrim's eyes. A willing sacrifice, freely given. Together, they each took one of Torin's tiny hands, and with the ceremonial knife that had been hidden within the hammer's handle, they each made a small cut across the child's palm, then matched it with deeper cuts across their own. By our blood mixed with the Guardians," they chanted in unison, words coming to them as if from ancestral memory, "we renew the ancient bond. By our people's united will, we command the veil to hold firm." Their mingled blood, elven, dwarven, and that of the Guardian bloodline, fell upon the artifacts. The hammer and crown began to glow with a light that pushed back the encroaching darkness, forming a barrier of pure energy that expanded outward, forcing the tear between worlds closed once more. The Star Devourers howled in thwarted rage as they were pushed back, their partially manifested forms dissolving like nightmares at dawn. The portal shrank to a pinpoint, then vanished entirely, leaving behind only a sense of absence where it had been. But the cost had been high. Dargrim collapsed to his knees, his vitality visibly diminished, as if years had been stripped from him in moments. Seraphel felt it too, a hollowness where her magic had once flowed freely, now reduced to a trickle. Yet little Torin, his palms already healed without a scar, giggled and reached for them both, his copper eyes bright with an awareness beyond his years. "What happens now?" Seraphel asked, helping Dargrim to his feet. The dwarf lord looked toward the mountains, then to the forest, his expression thoughtful. "Now we rebuild, not separately, as we have for millennia, but together, as we once did. Our peoples will resist, she warned. 3,000 years of distrust cannot be undone in a day. No, Dagrim agreed, a rare smile appearing beneath his massive beard. But it can begin with a day. As they departed the valley, the child balanced between them. The first light of dawn broke over the horizon. Behind them, where the portal had been, a sapling now grew, its roots spreading into the earth, its branches reaching for the sky. Half its leaves were silver like those of Elindria, half were burnished copper like Torin's eyes. A new guardian had taken root, born from the union of worlds that had almost been lost, and with it, the promise of a future where ancient enemies might remember how to be allies once more. Story 2. The crystal forest trembled. Not with the gentle sway of branches in the wind, but with something deeper, a vibration that resonated from the very roots of the ancient trees, causing their crystalline leaves to chime a discordant melody that had not been heard in 10,000 years. Elowen Starweaver knelt at the base of the eldest tree, her silver hair cascading over the embroidered robes that marked her as High Priestess of the Lunar Conclave. Her slender fingers traced the patterns forming in the soil, geometric lines appearing of their own accord, like invisible hands sketching a warning. "Speak to me," she whispered to the forest. "Tell me what disturbs your ancient slumber." The response came not in words but in visions, a mountain wreathed in mist, veins of azure light pulsing beneath stone skin, and eyes, massive eyes of molten gold, opening after an eternity of dreams. When the vision faded, Elowen's own emerald eyes widened with a fear she had never known in her 300 years. The Council of Elders must be informed immediately. But even as she gathered her ceremonial staff, etched with the runes of the first tree, a certainty settled in her heart like stone. The elders would dismiss her warnings as they had dismissed all signs of the changing world beyond their crystal borders. 3 days' journey from the shimmering boundaries of the crystal forest, Morgrim Ironroot slammed his hammer against the side of the mountain with such force that several younger dwarves jumped back in alarm. "Can you not feel it?" he demanded, his voice echoing through the mining shaft. "The mountain breathes." The master miner, Durbrek, spat on the ground. "Bah! You and your heretical notions, Ironroot. The Conclave of Stone was right to question your standing among us. But Morgrim, his wild red beard adorned with stone beads that clinked together as he moved, pressed his ear against the rock face. Unlike the other dwarves, whose connection to stone was practical and utilitarian, Morgrim's was spiritual. He was a geomancer, the last of a tradition older than the mountain halls themselves. "Listen," he insisted, "not with your ears, but with your bones." The young apprentices exchanged uncomfortable glances, but none dared approach. Morgrim's reputation preceded him, eccentric at best, dangerously unhinged at worst. Yet none could deny his uncanny ability to find precious ores where others saw only worthless rock. "The sleeping giant stirs," Morgrim muttered, more to himself than his skeptical audience. And when he wakes," he left the thought unfinished, gathering his tools with haste. There was only one course of action now. He must journey to the forbidden boundary where mountain met forest, where dwarf lands bordered elven territory, and seek answers in the ancient texts hidden in the Temple of Earthroot, abandoned since the Great Sundering 3 centuries past. Fate, that most meticulous of weavers, brought Elowen and Morgrim to the Temple of Earthroot on the same moonlit night. Their meeting was anything but cordial. "Trespasser!" Elowen's voice cut through the silence as she trained her moonstaff on the stocky figure, attempting to decipher the worn inscriptions on the temple door. "These lands are forbidden to the children of stone." Morgrim didn't bother turning around, his fingers continuing to trace the ancient symbols. as they are to the children of starlight, if I recall the terms of the sundering correctly. His casual response momentarily stunned the elven priestess. Few dwarves bothered to learn elven history, just as few elves studied the dwarvish past. Centuries of conflict had cemented ignorance as policy. The crystal forest trembles," she said after a moment, lowering her staff slightly. "The ley lines shift and warp in patterns I cannot interpret." At this, Morgrim finally turned, his amber eyes meeting hers. The mountains breathe where once they stood silent. The stones speak of awakening. A cold understanding passed between them, a shared fear that transcended ancient enmities. "The sleeping giant," they whispered in unison. The temple door, dormant for centuries, began to glow with azure light, responding to their combined presence. Symbols long faded now burned bright, telling a story neither race had preserved in its entirety. As the ancient portal swung open, revealing a passage untouched by time, Elowen and Morgrim made a silent pact. Whatever lay ahead, they would face it together, not as elf and dwarf, but as the last hope for both their peoples. The inner sanctum of the Temple of Earthroot revealed a chamber dominated by a massive stone table upon which was carved a perfect replica of their world. Mountains, forests, rivers, and seas rendered in exquisite detail. At the center of this map rose a perfect alabaster mountain, its summit crowned with tiny crystalline formations. Under the white peak, Morgrim breathed, reaching toward the miniature mountain only to pull back as the entire model began to glow. Known to my people as Khazad-dûr, the final forge, and to mine as Elenath Nimrais, the crown of stars, Elowen added, her eyes tracing lines of light that began to spread from the mountain across the stone map. But neither name captures its true nature. The walls around them flickered as ancient magic awakened, projecting images that shifted and flowed. A colossal being of stone and crystal curling into the shape of a mountain, stars falling to earth to crown its slumbering form, 3 artifacts being forged from its tears and then dispersed to the corners of the world. The Guardian of Ages, Morgrim translated the runes that appeared beneath each image. It's born when the world was young, tasked with judging the younger races when the great cycle completes. Elowen's voice trembled as she continued the translation. Once every 10,000 years, the Guardian awakens to measure the harmony between the children of creation. Finding them worthy, it returns to slumber, finding them wanting. The final image showed mountains crumbling, forests burning, and seas boiling. "To the purification," Morgrim finished grimly. The map pulsed brighter, 3 locations flaring with particular intensity. A cavern deep beneath the Ironhold Mountains, a tower in the heart of the Crystal Forest, and an island in the center of the Midnight Sea. "The seals," Elowen whispered, 3 artifacts forged from the Guardian's tears, each entrusted to a different race. Together, they can renew the binding that keeps the Guardian in its slumber. Morgrim's weathered face hardened with resolve. "Then we must retrieve them before the final tremors begin. How long do we have?" The answer came not from the temple, but from the ground beneath their feet, as the first true earthquake shook the land, sending cracks racing across the stone map. "Not long," Elowen replied, steadying herself against a column. "And we face a greater challenge still. My people will never surrender their seal to a dwarf, just as yours would sooner shatter theirs than place it in elven hands." Morgrim's laugh was as rough as the stone he loved. "Then it's fortunate that I'm considered a heretic among my kind, and you—" He eyed her simple traveling clothes that had replaced her ceremonial robes, "appear to have left your position of authority behind." A faint smile crossed Elowen's face for the first time. Indeed, the Council of Elders believes I have taken leave of my senses. Perhaps I have. Sanity is overrated, Morgrim grunted, gathering his pack. And I found madness to be far more illuminating. As they emerged from the temple into the grey dawn, the white peak loomed in the distance, no longer serene but threatening, a slumbering giant about to open its eyes. Their journey to collect the three seals became a race against calamity. With each passing day, the tremors grew stronger, the skies darker. Strange creatures emerged from forgotten places. Stone golems with crystals for eyes, trees that uprooted themselves to walk on gnarled limbs, water spirits that abandoned their lakes to float through the air like living mist. The first seal, the Heart of Stone, they found in the deepest vault of Khazad Volsung, guided by Morgrim's connection to the earth, despite the best efforts of his former brethren to stop them. The second, the Tear of Starlight, Elowen retrieved from the highest spire of the Astral Tower, defying the Lunar Conclave's decree of execution for her heresy. But it was the third seal, the Breath of Tides, that posed the greatest challenge, for it lay in the temple of a race long thought extinct, the merfolk of the Midnight Sea. Standing at the shore of that obsidian expanse, Elowen and Morgrim faced their greatest trial yet. The island that held the final seal lay at the center of the sea, visible but unreachable without aid. I don't suppose dwarves have suddenly mastered the art of swimming, Elowen asked, eyeing her companion. Morgrim scowled. I don't suppose elves have overcome their fear of the deep. Their bickering, once bitter but now tinged with affection, was interrupted by a ripple in the dark waters. A face emerged, neither human, elf, nor dwarf, but beautiful in its alienness, with scales that shimmered like moonlight on water and eyes as deep as the ocean itself. The children of earth and sky come together, spoke the merfolk ambassador, her voice both in their ears and in their minds, just as the ancient pact foretold. The revelation that the merfolk had not perished but merely retreated from the surface world changed everything. They had been waiting, guarding their seal and watching for signs that the other races had overcome their divisions. We have failed in that regard, Elowen admitted with humility. Our peoples remain divided. And yet, the ambassador replied, here you stand, elf and dwarf, priestess and geomancer, united in purpose if not in history. Perhaps that is beginning enough. The final seal was granted to them with a warning. The Guardian judges not by grand gestures, but by the small truths hidden in hearts. Remember this when you stand before it. The climb to the summit of the White Peak was both physical torment and spiritual journey. The air grew thin, reality itself seeming to bend around them as they ascended beyond the realm of mortals into the domain of primordial forces. At the peak, a crater of pure crystal awaited, its surface reflecting not their physical forms, but the essence of their beings. Elowen's patient wisdom, Morgrim's stubborn courage, and something else that had grown between them. A friendship that defied millennia of hatred. As they placed the three seals in their respective positions around the crater, the mountain shuddered with a force that threatened to tear the world asunder. The crystal surface cracked, golden light pouring through like blood from a wound in reality itself, and then the Guardian opened its eyes. No description could capture the majesty and terror of the being that rose from the mountain, part elemental force, part divine judgment. Its body was the mountain itself, reforming into a humanoid colossus of stone and crystal that towered above the clouds. Its eyes, molten gold swirling with the knowledge of ages, fixed upon the two tiny figures who had awakened it. The cycle completes, it spoke, its voice the rumble of tectonic plates shifting. I awaken to judge the children of creation. Images flashed around them, centuries of war between elves and dwarves, forests burned, mountains hollowed, all in the name of ancient grudges neither side fully remembered. "I find you wanting," the Guardian declared, raising a hand that could crush nations. "The purification must begin anew." It was Morgrim who stepped forward first, his voice steady despite his fear. "We have brought the seals as the ancient pact demands. We ask for the binding to be renewed." "The seals alone are not enough," the Guardian replied. "They must be empowered by that which has been lost between your peoples." Understanding dawned in Elowen's eyes. "Trust," she whispered. "The binding requires trust between the races, the one thing we have forgotten how to give." Before Morgrim could react, Elowen took his hand in hers and stepped to the edge of the crystal crater. "Then we shall remind our peoples," she declared, "by example if necessary." With those words, she pulled Morgrim with her into the molten golden light, their forms dissolving not into death, but into pure energy that flowed into the three seals, causing them to pulse with renewed power. The Guardian paused, observing this sacrifice with ancient eyes that had witnessed the birth and death of civilizations. Then, to the astonishment of both Elowen and Morgrim, whose consciousness remained intact within the light, it began to laugh, a sound like avalanches cascading into the sea. "At last," it rumbled, "a truth worth preserving." The light receded, depositing Elowen and Morgrim back onto the solid crystal, changed but alive. Where their hands joined, their flesh had transformed. Elowen's skin now bore traces of living stone, while crystalline patterns flowed through Morgrim's veins. "You have passed the true test," the Guardian explained as it began to fold back into the mountain. Not by grand deeds or ancient artifacts, but by the simplest and most difficult of acts, trust freely given between ancient foes. As the Guardian settled back into its slumber, the tremors subsided across the land. The three seals, now permanently bonded to Elowen and Morgrim, pulsed with a steady rhythm like heartbeats. What now?" Morgrim asked as they began their descent, still marveling at the changes in their bodies, living symbols of their connected fates. Elowen looked toward the horizon, where the crystal forest and the Ironhold Mountains stood side by side, separated by prejudice rather than distance. "Now we begin the harder task," she replied. "Teaching our peoples what we have learned, that the true magic in this world lies not in power held separately, but in differences embraced together." And as they walked down the mountain path, neither fully elf nor fully dwarf, but something new entirely, the first rays of dawn broke over a world given one more chance to overcome its ancient divisions. Story 3. Lightning split the midnight sky above the whispering woods as Princess Lyriael knelt before the ancient oak, her silver hair cascading like moonlit water over shoulders draped in silk the color of twilight. The sacred tree, older than the elven kingdom itself, had called to her through dreams for 7 nights, its voice like rustling leaves forming words only she could understand. "I am here," she whispered, pressing her palms against the massive, gnarled trunk. "Show me what you guard with such desperation." Thunder answered, shaking the earth beneath her knees. The ground split, roots writhing like serpents to reveal something buried in the soil, something that gleamed with a light that had never known the sun. Half a circle of metal, fashioned with such artistry that it seemed alive, intricate vines of silver intertwined with branches of gold, studded with thorns of diamond that caught the lightning and reflected it tenfold. As Lyriael's trembling fingers closed around the artifact, visions exploded behind her eyes, a realm of unimaginable beauty crumbling into ruin, a power too vast to comprehend, and a presence that whispered promises of godhood. When her senses returned, the half-crown was no longer in her hand, but fused to her brow, the thorns piercing her flesh without drawing blood, roots of silver extending into her temples. Far to the west, beyond the crystal mountains, whose peaks cut the clouds like divine spears, another storm raged through the valleys of Khazad-Durum, the ancient kingdom of dwarves. Deep within the abandoned Ironheart mine, Durin, son of Thorik, worked his forge by lamplight, defying the edict that had sealed these tunnels a century ago. The other dwarves called him mad, a gifted smith wasting his talents on trinkets when he could be crafting weapons for the king's armory. But Durin knew what they did not. These mines still sang with secrets, and he alone could hear their melody. Tonight, the song had reached a crescendo that drove him deeper than he had ever ventured before. His hammer struck the wall one final time, and the stone cracked open like an egg, revealing a chamber untouched since the First Age. At its center, nestled upon a pedestal of obsidian, lay half a crown, brutal in its beauty, fashioned of dark iron with veins of molten gold still flowing through it, thorns of black diamond jutting from its rim like the teeth of some primordial predator. The crown of Khazad, Durin breathed, the words coming from somewhere beyond his own knowledge. His calloused fingers closed around the artifact, and the world disappeared in a torrent of visions. Mountains rising from plains, rivers of fire carving valleys, and power beyond reckoning waiting to be claimed. When the visions cleared, the half-crown had melded with his flesh, thorns sinking into his brow, tendrils of metal threading beneath his skin. The stone beneath his feet responded to his thoughts, rippling like water, and the very air around him thrummed with power. For 7 days, Lyriel fled through the forests of her homeland, pursued by the shadow hunters, elite elven warriors dispatched by her own brother, Prince Thylon, who declared her possessed by dark magic after witnesses reported seeing her command trees to move and flowers to bloom with but a thought. The relic must be destroyed, Thylon had proclaimed from their father's throne, which he had occupied since the old king's descent into madness. It is the crown of thorns from the forbidden texts, an artifact of corruption that will consume her mind and then our realm. The trees sheltered her, bending branches to conceal her passage, but each day the crown sank deeper into her flesh, and with it came knowledge that burned like fever dreams, fragments of a history deliberately erased from elven memory. Across the mountains, Durin evaded the Iron Conclave's agents, using his newfound mastery over stone and metal to collapse tunnels behind him and forge paths where none existed. The dwarven elders had named him Anathema, claiming the relic he wore was the legendary World-Forged crown, an instrument of domination that would turn its wearer into a tyrant with the power to enslave the minds of all dwarves. Each night, as he rested in caverns carved by his will alone, Durin dreamed of a face he had never seen, an elven woman with eyes like emerald fire and a crown of silver thorns that matched his own. And each morning, he woke with an unshakable certainty pulling him eastward toward the forests he had been taught to fear since childhood. On the 7th night, drawn by forces beyond their understanding, Lyriel and Durin reached the Veiled Valley, a place that belonged to neither realm, where the boundaries between worlds thinned like gossamer. The valley's center held a perfect circle of standing stones, ancient beyond reckoning, their surfaces etched with symbols that shifted and changed when viewed from different angles. They arrived from opposite sides, each shocked to finally behold the other in flesh rather than dreams. Lyriel towered over Durin, her ethereal grace contrasting with his earthen solidity, yet the matching crowns fused to their brows marked them as kin in destiny, if not in blood. "Dwarf," she acknowledged, her voice musical even in its wariness. "Elf," he returned, hand instinctively moving to the hammer at his belt. Before either could speak further, the ground between them erupted in tendrils of shadow and light intertwined. The air shimmered as a figure materialized, neither male nor female, neither young nor old, its form shifting between states of being like water-changing vessels. The bearers converge, it spoke, its voice resonating not in the air, but directly within their minds. After 1,000 years, the crown of equilibrium may be restored or destroyed forever. What are you? Lyriel demanded, drawing her silver-bladed dagger, though instinct told her it would be useless against this entity. I am Morvain, guardian of the threshold, the being replied. I exist to witness your choice, as I witnessed the choice of those who came before. With a gesture, Morvain conjured images in the air, visions of a time when the world was young, when a being of immeasurable power descended from beyond the stars, bringing gifts of knowledge and magic that elevated elves and dwarves from primitive tribes to mighty civilizations. This benefactor you called Etheria taught your ancestors the secrets of creation, Morvain explained, but her power grew corrupted over millennia. When she sought to remake all realms in her image, your ancestors forged the crown of equilibrium, a prison for a god. The visions shifted to show a terrible battle, elves and dwarves fighting side by side against a being of pure light and shadow, wielding the united crown to bind the entity within it. Fearing the crown's power, they divided it between their peoples, Morvain continued, with a pact that it should never be reunited save in direst need. Yet as generations passed, the truth was forgotten, replaced by hatred and fear. The crown became a forbidden relic to some, a weapon to others, its true purpose lost to time. Until now, Durin said, understanding dawning in his amber eyes. Until now, Morvain agreed. Oh, for Etheria stirs within her prison, the crown weakens, and you two, last descendants of those who forged the original binding, must decide, reunite the crown to renew the prison, or destroy it to face whatever emerges. As if summoned by these words, the valley's perimeter filled with torches. From the east came the shadow hunters, led by Prince Thalen, astride a midnight black stag. From the west marched the Iron Conclave, their armor gleaming in the moonlight, crossbows trained on Durin. "Sister," Thalen called, his voice cold with determination, "step away from the dwarf filth and surrender the relic. It must be destroyed." "Traitor!" bellowed Gorum Ironbeard, leader of the Conclave. "Return what you have stolen or die where you stand." Lyriel and Durin exchanged glances, a moment of perfect understanding passing between them. The halves of the crown pulsed in unison, responding to their synchronized thoughts. "If we destroy the crown," Lyriel said quietly, "what becomes of Etheria?" "She will be free," Morvain answered, "to gift or curse the world as she chooses." "And if we reunite it?" Durin asked. "The binding will renew, but the power required must come from somewhere." Morvain's form flickered. "It will consume the life force of its bearers. You will become the new guardians, neither living nor dead, bound to the crown for eternity." The armies approached from both sides. Arrows knocked, spells readied. There was little time left to decide. In that moment, something passed between Lyriel and Durin, a recognition deeper than words, an understanding that transcended the ancient hatred between their peoples. Without speaking, they moved as one, stepping into the center of the stone circle. "We choose a third path," Lyriel announced, her voice carrying on suddenly rising winds. "And neither destruction nor imprisonment," Durin continued, the ground beneath them beginning to glow with runes that had lain dormant for millennia. Their hands clasped, dwarven strength meeting elven grace. The halves of the crown pulsed brighter, drawing power from the ancient circle, from the land itself, and from the life force of its bearers, but not all of it, just enough to establish balance. We choose transformation, they spoke in unison. The crowns detached from their brows, floating upward to meet above their joined hands. For a heartbeat, the two halves hovered apart, then merged in an explosion of light that forced all witnesses to shield their eyes. When vision returned, a single crown hung in the air, no longer silver and iron divided, but a perfect blend of both metals, the thorns now flowering with tiny blossoms of crystal that emitted gentle, multicolored light. Within it, visible as a constellation of stars arranged in a vaguely humanoid pattern, the essence of Etheria remained, contained but no longer imprisoned, transformed by the unprecedented choice of her wardens. "What have you done?" Thalon demanded, lowering his bow in astonishment. "Drim, we've honored the wisdom of our ancestors while finding our own path," Lyriel replied, her skin now faintly luminescent, patterns like constellations visible beneath its surface. "The crown of equilibrium is restored," Durin explained, his voice resonating with new depth as veins of precious metal now traced patterns across his skin. But not as a prison. As a partnership. The transformed crown descended, hovering between them, belonging to neither yet connected to both. From it emanated a wave of power that washed over the assembled armies, carrying with it visions of the shared past that had been forgotten, the time before hatred, when elf and dwarf built wonders together that neither could achieve alone. "We are the crowned guardians now," they announced together, "neither fully of our original peoples, but something new. And we offer a choice to all who witness this moment. Cling to ancient hatred, or help us rebuild what was lost." Silence fell across the valley as elves and dwarves looked upon each other with new eyes, seeing not hereditary enemies, but potential allies. It would not be an easy path. Centuries of conflict could not be undone in a moment, but the first step had been taken. As dawn broke over the veiled valley, Morvaine's form began to fade, its purpose fulfilled. But before disappearing entirely, it offered one final revelation. The path you have chosen was always possible. Yet in 1,000 iterations, you are the first to discover it. Perhaps that alone is worth the long wait. The sun crested the eastern mountains, its light catching in the flowering thorns of the restored crown, no longer an instrument of imprisonment, but a symbol of balance newly struck between ancient powers and new possibilities. Beneath it stood Lyriel and Durin, transformed but not consumed, their joined hands bridging a divide that had seemed eternal only one day before. And in that light, for the first time in a millennium, elves and dwarves looked upon each other without reaching for their weapons, the first fragile seed of a new age taking root in the soil of the old. Story 4. The deepest chambers of Khazad-dûm had remained sealed for 3,000 years. Their entrances collapsed by ancient magics, their secrets guarded by whispered warnings passed down through generations of dwarves. Yet on this night, as the twin moons aligned in the convergence of shadows, the mountain itself seemed to breathe, exhaling dust from forgotten passages, whispering in the language of stone and memory. Brindal Ironfist stood before the sealed archway, her stocky frame casting a long shadow in the light of her ensorcelled lantern. The runes etched into her ceremonial hammer glowed with a blue-white intensity that matched the fire in her eyes. 7 generations of master smiths had preceded her in the Iron Fist clan, but none had dared what she attempted tonight. "Your grandfather would haunt you for this foolishness," muttered grimly, her apprentice shifting nervously behind her. The deep vaults were sealed for a reason. Brindle's laugh echoed against the ancient stone. "My grandfather feared what he did not understand." "I intend to understand," With a single practiced motion, she brought her hammer against the keystone of the arch. The mountain held its breath, then shuddered as if in pain. The sealed stone dissolved like morning mist, revealing a passage that descended at an impossible angle. Its walls inscribed with runes that seemed to move when viewed from the corner of one's eye. "By the forge, father," grimly whispered, his beard quivering. "And what manner of craft is this?" But Brindle had already stepped through, drawn by a song only she could hear, the resonance of metal calling to metal across the centuries. The chamber she discovered defied the architectural principles of her people. Where dwarven craft favored angles and geometric precision, this space was formed of perfect curves, its ceiling a dome that mirrored the night sky as it had appeared millennia ago. At its center, suspended in a column of light that had no visible source, hung a hammer unlike any Brindle had ever seen. Its head fashioned from a metal that shifted between states, liquid to solid and back again, veins of molten gold flowing through obsidian darkness. "The Twilight Hammer," she breathed, the name coming to her unbidden, knowledge flowing from somewhere beyond memory. When her fingers closed around its handle, the chamber erupted in light. Visions assaulted her consciousness. Civilizations rising and falling, mountains crumbling into seas, and a presence vast and ancient, watching, waiting, hungering. When her senses returned, the hammer was in her hands, and she understood with perfect clarity that she had claimed both a gift and a doom. That same night, the earth screamed. From the crystalline forests of the east to the obsidian deserts of the west, the world convulsed. Mountains shattered, valleys rose to become plateaus, rivers changed course, and the very elements rebelled against natural law. Fire rained from cloudless skies, water flowed uphill, stone flowed like liquid, and the air itself hardened into crystal in random locations. In the elven citadel of Thalassariel, Archmage Thalen Duskstar was torn from deep meditation by the magical backlash. Books flew from shelves in the Grand Library, ancient artifacts activated spontaneously, and the Ethereum Pool, the sacred reservoir of elven magic, began to boil. "What have they done?" he whispered, rushing to the scrying pool as the tower shook around him. In its depths, he saw the source of the disruption, a dwarven woman holding an artifact that radiated power like a second sun. "The fools have awakened it." 3 days later, Thalon stood at the gates of Khazad-dûrom, his tall, slender form a stark contrast to the solid dwarven architecture around him. The last elf to enter these halls had done so 2 centuries ago as an envoy of peace, and had left in a coffin. Yet necessity had overcome caution. The elemental chaos had only worsened, and his scrying had revealed that the dwarven woman with the hammer was the key. "You understand why I cannot surrender it," Brindle said, when they finally stood face to face in the council chamber, the Twilight Hammer hanging at her belt. Its presence distorted the air around it, and even Thalen, arrogant as he was, could not meet her eyes without flinching from its power. "Then we are all doomed," he replied, his melodic voice tight with restrained fury. "That artifact is half of a whole. Without its counterpart, it will continue to destabilize the elemental balance until the world tears itself apart." "Counterpart?" Brindle's brow furrowed. Thalen produced a crystal sphere from within his robes, a perfect orb that contained what appeared to be a captured star, its light pulsing in exact opposition to the hammer's emanations. "The daybreak orb," he said, "safeguarded by my family since the Sundering. Together, they form the dawn-dusk equilibrium that once maintained harmony between our peoples and the elements themselves." "Once?" Brindle's eyes narrowed with suspicion. Before your kind stole the hammer and retreated beneath your mountains," Thalen snapped. "Before the great betrayal that—" Silence! King Thorgrim's stone-crown's voice boomed across the chamber. You speak falsehoods, elf. It was your ancestors who shattered the alliance, who took the orb and vanished into your forests, leaving our people to face the void scourge alone. As the ancient grievances threatened to erupt into fresh conflict, the hammer at Brindle's side began to glow with an intensity that silenced all voices. Simultaneously, the orb in Thalen's hand pulsed in answer. And in that moment of connection, both dwarf and elf were granted a vision, not of the separate histories they had been taught, but of a shared past, deliberately erased from both their records. They saw their ancestors standing side by side against a darkness that devoured stars. They witnessed the forging of the twilight hammer and the daybreak orb from the essence of a fallen celestial being. And they recognized the true architect of their division, a shadowy entity with the head of a raven and eyes that reflected dying worlds. The Raven King, they whispered in unison as the vision faded. An entity that feeds on conflict, Thalen added, his voice hollow with the weight of revelation, and has manipulated our peoples for millennia, Brindle finished, the hammer at her side now quiet, as if satisfied that its message had been delivered. What followed was unprecedented in the histories of either race. Against the objections of their respective leaders, Brindle and Thalon departed together, carrying the artifacts that had once maintained the balance of the world. Their destination, the fragmented lands, the broken remnants of what had once been the United Kingdom of Ether Khazad, now a labyrinth of floating islands, inverted mountains, and rivers that flowed through the sky instead of along the ground. They were pursued from the beginning, the cult of twilight, worshippers of the Raven King who had infiltrated both societies over centuries, sent assassins and summoned abominations from the spaces between worlds. Each night around the campfire, as Brindal maintained their weapons and Thalen renewed the wards, the initial distrust between them slowly transformed into reluctant respect, then genuine camaraderie. Your people remember nothing of the shared crafting? Thalen asked on the 7th night of their journey as they sheltered in the ruins of what had once been a border fortress manned by both races. Brindal shook her head, running a whetstone along the edge of her axe. Our histories speak only of elven betrayal, of promises broken when they were needed most. She paused, looking up at him. And yours? Tales of dwarven greed, of the hammer stolen in the night, of our most sacred texts burned by your ancestors. He laughed bitterly. How easily we were set against each other. The perfect sustenance for a being that feeds on hatred, Brindle agreed. And yet, I wonder... Her words were cut short by a sound like tearing silk. The air between them split open, revealing a void filled with eyes and wings and hunger. From this rift emerged a figure that seemed assembled from fragments of nightmare, a towering humanoid with the head of a raven, its feathers formed from liquid shadow, its eyes containing the light of dying stars. The vessels speak of what they should not know. The Raven King's voice scraped against their minds like talons on stone. The cycle is disrupted. The harvest is threatened. Brindal's hammer was in her hand without conscious thought, its metal flowing like quicksilver as it responded to her will. Beside her, Thalon's hands wove patterns in the air, drawing power from the daybreak orb to create barriers of crystallized light. You fed on our hatred for millennia, Thalen accused, ancient words of power rolling from his tongue. And you twisted our histories, poisoned our memories, Brindle added, the ground beneath her feet resonating with the hammer's power. The Raven King's laughter caused reality to ripple around them. I merely provided the soil. Your kinds grew the garden of animosity yourselves, tended it lovingly, watered it with blood and tears. His form expanded, wings of void matter unfurling to blot out the sky. Shades, and now you will nourish me one final time. The battle that followed would later be sung in both dwarven halls and elven forests, though neither version would capture its true essence. How could mere words describe the Twilight Hammer's transformation in Brindle's hands, becoming a weapon that could strike at the very concept of shadow? What poetry could capture the intricate spellwork that flowed from Thalon's fingers, equations of light that rewrote the rules of darkness? Yet for all their power, they were merely mortal vessels channeling forces beyond comprehension. The Raven King had fed on conflict for eons, and his strength seemed limitless. With each attack, he adapted, his form shifting to absorb or deflect their assaults. "We cannot defeat him directly," Thalon gasped as they retreated behind a barrier of his making, blood flowing from his eyes and ears from the strain of channeling such power. The artifacts were not designed as weapons, but as instruments of harmony. Brindle looked down at the hammer in her hands, feeling its pulse synchronize with her heartbeat. "Then we use them as they were intended." Understanding passed between them. Together, they stepped forward once more, not to attack, but to create. Brindal slammed the hammer against the ground, channeling not destruction, but creation, calling to the shattered stone of the fragmented lands to remember its original form. Simultaneously, Thalon raised the orb above his head, its light connecting to the hammer's resonance, weaving a counterpoint melody in the symphony of reality. "What is this?" the Raven King demanded, his confidence faltering for the first time as the floating islands around them began to move, drawn by the artifact's combined power. "Restoration," Brindle answered, her voice augmented by the hammer's might. "Balance," Thalon added, the orb's light flowing through him like liquid diamond. The fragmented lands responded to their call. Islands reconnected, rivers resumed their natural courses, mountains righted themselves. And as the land healed, the Raven King shrieked in agony, his form beginning to unravel. "You cannot destroy conflict," he raged, wings beating desperately against the encroaching harmony. "It is the natural state of all beings, not destruction," Brindle corrected, reaching out to clasp Thalon's free hand in her own, dwarf and elf united in purpose. Transformation. As their fingers intertwined, the artifact's power reached its crescendo. The hammer and orb rose from their hands, orbiting each other in perfect balance before merging in an explosion of light that reconstructed the fabric of reality around them. Where the Raven King had stood, there remained only a single black feather, its malevolence neutralized, its potential transformed. And as the light faded, Brindal and Thalon found themselves standing on solid ground, no longer in the fragmented lands, but in a valley that existed on no current map, where the architecture around them combined the organic grace of elven design with the enduring strength of dwarven craft, a place that had once been the heart of Ether Khazad, the United Kingdom from before the Sundering. "It seems," Thalon said quietly, looking out over the restored valley where the river once again flowed along the ground and the mountains stood firm against the sky, "that we have much history to rewrite." Brindal nodded, her eyes on the horizon, where both the crystal forests and the mountain halls of her people were visible. And perhaps new history to forge together. Above them, in the newly healed sky, the twin moons aligned once more, not in the convergence of shadows as before, but in the much rarer harmony of light, unseen for 3,000 years. And between them hung the merged artifacts, now a single celestial body, the Equilibrium Star, restored to its rightful place as guardian of balance between not just the elements, but between peoples who had forgotten they were once one. Story 5. Moonlight spilled through the crystal dome of the royal archives like liquid silver, illuminating ancient tomes whose bindings had not felt a touch in centuries. Prince Ilarion of the Silverleaf dynasty moved silently between towering shelves, his footfalls soundless upon marble floors inlaid with constellation patterns that shifted subtly with each passing hour. The midnight bell had tolled long ago, and not even the immortal librarians ventured into these forgotten corners after dark. Yet here he stood, drawn not by duty but by dreams, visions that had plagued him for 7 nights, always ending with the same whispered command: seek the truth beneath the lies of light. The archive's deepest chamber lay behind a door of enchanted glass that reflected not the viewer's appearance, but their innermost nature. Ilarion paused before it, momentarily startled by what he saw, not the poised elven prince with flowing silver hair and eyes like captured starlight, but a figure half consumed by shadow, crowned with broken antlers and reaching towards something just beyond grasp. "Show me what I seek," he whispered, pressing his palm against the cool surface. The glass recognized royal blood and dissolved beneath his touch, revealing a circular room where time itself seemed suspended. At its center rested a single pedestal bearing a scroll case of midnight blue velvet, sealed with the royal crest, his father's sigil, yet different somehow, altered in ways that sent a chill through Ilarion's immortal blood. His fingers trembled as they broke the seal. The parchment within was impossibly old, its surface shimmering with preservation enchantments that had maintained its integrity through millennia. Upon it, written in the ancient tongue few remembered, was an account that shattered everything Ilarion had ever been taught about his heritage. By royal decree, let the truth of the hollowing of Khazad Morum be struck from all records. Let no song remember how we lured their king to parley beneath the oath oak, only to pierce his heart with arrows of silverwood. Let no history recall how we poisoned their wells with distilled moonlight to drive them mad before our assault. Let none speak of the 7,000 dwarven souls, warriors, craftsmen, women and children alike, who perished by our hand to claim the crystal mountains and the power that slumbered beneath them. The bloodline of Moria shall be hunted to extinction, save one child whom we have taken to ensure the binding holds. This child's descendants shall never know their heritage, but shall serve unwittingly as the keystone that maintains our power. This truth I commit to parchment, so that should our design ever falter, one method remains to restore it. The last descendant of Moria must be found and sacrificed upon the altar beneath the sacred mountain, before the blood moon rises. Only thus can the god of discord remain imprisoned and our dominion continue eternal. Isildrith I, founder of the Silverleaf dynasty, Isildrith, his father's name and his grandfather's before him, a name carried by the high kings of the Elves for 1,000 years, a name now revealed to be built upon betrayal and blood. As the truth sank into his consciousness like poison, the dreams that had haunted Ilarion suddenly clarified. The voices that whispered in his sleep were not figments of imagination, but the ghosts of dwarves betrayed, their souls bound to their murderers through ancient magic, waiting for justice across the centuries. Dawn found the prince's chambers empty, his ceremonial armor abandoned, replaced by a traveler's cloak and simple leathers. Upon his pillow lay his circlet of office and a note bearing only 3 words: "Truth demands action." The crystal mountains pierced the sky like the spears of fallen giants, their peaks eternally capped with snow that refracted sunlight into prismatic rainbows. Few elves ventured into these heights, claiming the air was too thin, the paths too treacherous. Now Ilarion understood the true reason. Guilt, passed down through generations, transformed into superstition and avoidance. For 7 days he climbed, following not a physical map, but the pull of dreams that grew stronger with each step. On the 7th day, as twilight painted the snow-covered slopes in hues of lavender and gold, he discovered a narrow crevice hidden behind an outcropping of crystal-flecked stone. Beyond it lay a valley untouched by the passage of time, a sanctuary hidden from elven eyes by ancient dwarvish magic. At its center stood a fortress carved directly from the mountain's heart, its architecture a testament to a craftsmanship his people had long denied existed. Smoke rose from forges that had never gone cold, and the rhythmic sound of hammers striking anvils echoed across the valley floor. Khazad Morim had not fallen, it had been hidden. Ilarion had barely taken 3 steps toward the fortress when the ground erupted around him. Dwarven warriors, clad in armor of midnight steel, emerged from concealed bunkers, their bearded faces set in expressions of cold fury, their crossbows trained upon his heart. "An elf prince walks willingly into the realm he believed destroyed," spoke a voice like stone grinding against stone. The warriors parted to reveal a dwarf, unlike any Ilarion had imagined, in his limited understanding of their kind. Neither bent with age nor stocky with forge work, this dwarf stood nearly as tall as an elf, his frame corded with lean muscle, his auburn beard intricately braided with beads of crystal and iron. Upon his brow sat a circlet that mirrored Ilarion's abandoned one, but crafted of dark metal set with gems that seemed to contain captured flame. "Thoric, son of Thrain, heir of Moria." The dwarf introduced himself, amber eyes never leaving Ilarion's face. "Come to finish what your ancestors began." "I come seeking truth," Ilarion replied, slowly raising his empty hands. "And perhaps, if such a thing is possible, redemption." Thoric's laugh held no mirth. "Truth. Your kind buried that along with our slaughtered kin. As for redemption..." His hand moved to the warhammer at his belt, its head inscribed with runes that began to glow with an inner fire. "Some debts can only be paid in blood." "Then take mine freely," Ilarion said, dropping to his knees upon the snow-covered ground. He pulled aside his cloak, exposing his neck. "But first, read what I have brought. Know that I came here not as conqueror, but as messenger." Suspicion warred with curiosity in Thoric's expression, as one of his warriors retrieved the scroll case from Ilarion's pack. The dwarf lord's face remained impassive as he read, but the subtle widening of his eyes betrayed his shock. "This changes nothing," Thoric declared, though the slight tremor in his voice suggested otherwise. "Oh, it merely confirms what our histories have always claimed, that your ancestors betrayed the ancient alliance for power." "It changes everything," Ilarion countered, rising slowly to his feet. "It speaks of a binding, of a god imprisoned, of a sacrifice required to maintain that prison. My dreams, the voices of your ancestors, led me here not just for truth, but for warning. Something stirs beneath the mountain, something that has waited a millennium to break free." Before Thoric could respond, the ground beneath them shuddered. Not the controlled explosion of dwarven sentries emerging from hiding, but something deeper. A primordial movement that sent cascades of snow tumbling from distant peaks. "The tremors grow stronger," one of the warriors reported, fear evident despite his stoic training. "Ah, the deep forges report the binding stones are cracking." Thoric's expression hardened. "Take the elf to the holding cells. We will determine." "There's no time," Ilarion interrupted. "Urgency overcoming protocol. The scroll speaks of a blood moon. Tonight marks the crimson alignment, the first blood moon in 1,000 years. Whatever sleeps beneath us intends to wake." Another tremor, stronger than the first, punctuated his words. From deep within the mountain came a sound that was not sound, a psychic scream of such malevolence that several warriors dropped to their knees, hands pressed against their ears in futile defense. In that moment of shared vulnerability, elf and dwarf locked eyes across a millennium of hatred, and understanding passed between them. Some threats transcended ancient grudges. The binding chamber, Thoric decided, signaling his warriors to stand down. If what you say is true, we must reach it before moonrise. The journey into the mountain's depths revealed the true marvel of dwarven engineering. Not crude tunnels as elven lore suggested, but soaring subterranean cathedrals lit by crystals that captured and amplified the faintest light. Under different circumstances, Ilarion would have been humbled by the beauty his people had denied existed. Now, he focused only on keeping pace with Thoric, as they descended spiral staircases carved from single massive crystals, crossed bridges spanning chasms of unfathomable depth, and passed through forges where metal flowed like water into molds of ancient design. "Your father comes," Thoric said without preamble, as they paused before a sealed doorway inscribed with runes that pulsed with amber light. "Our sentries report an elven host at the valley's edge, hundreds strong, led by a figure in armor that shines like the sun." Ilarion's heart sank. He must have discovered the scroll missing. He comes not to rescue, but to silence. "Then we face enemies on two fronts," Thoric replied grimly. He pressed his palm against the center rune, which flared briefly before the massive door swung inward, revealing a chamber that defied comprehension. The binding chamber had been carved from the living heart of the mountain, its walls a natural geode of crystal formations that refracted light in impossible patterns. At its center, suspended in a column of energy that bridged floor to distant ceiling, hung a figure that was simultaneously present and absent, a void in the shape of a being, outlined in pulsing crimson light that intensified with each passing moment. Devrazel the Discordant, Thoric named it, his voice barely audible over the chamber's unnatural acoustics that amplified some sounds while swallowing others. The god of strife, imprisoned by our ancestors in the days before days. "Not just your ancestors," Ilarion corrected, understanding flowing into him like the mountain itself was whispering secrets. "Ours together. Elves and dwarves united against chaos." The void figure's outline pulsed violently at these words, and another tremor shook the chamber, sending crystal shards raining from the ceiling. "The binding weakens," Thoric observed, moving toward an altar of black stone that stood before the column of energy. Upon it lay a hammer and a bow, side by side, both crafted from materials Ilarion couldn't identify. "It requires renewal through the blood of both lineages. Our fathers performed this ritual through the centuries," Ilarion realized, ancient pieces fitting together in his mind. A symbolic joining of bloodlines to maintain the prison. But something changed. "Pride," Thoric supplied, lifting the hammer reverently. "Pride and fear. Your ancestor sought to control the power alone, believing dwarven blood inferior. He tried to eliminate our lineage entirely. But one survived," Ilarion said softly, "hidden away, maintaining the bloodline necessary for the binding. Until tonight." Thoric handed the bow to Ilarion, their fingers briefly touching, the first peaceful contact between their races in a millennium. "Tonight we correct the mistakes of our ancestors." The chamber's entrance exploded inward in a shower of crystal and stone. Through the dust strode King Isildrith, resplendent in armor of living moonlight, his face a mask of cold fury beneath his crown of silver branches. "Faithless child," he addressed Ilarion, ignoring Thoric entirely. "You would undo the work of 1,000 years. I would restore what should never have been broken, Ilarion answered, knocking an arrow of pure light that had materialized from the bow itself. "Do stand aside, father. You understand nothing," Isildrith snarled, drawing his legendary blade, Dawn's Liver. "The god of discord offers power beyond imagining to those who serve his cause. Our dominion exists by his blessing." "Your dominion exists through betrayal and murder," Thoric countered, the runes on his hammer blazing to life. "Erdwand ends tonight. The battle that followed would later be sung in both elven ballads and dwarven epics, though neither version captured its true essence. How father and son dueled with weapons of light, while the heir of Moria defended them both from the king's royal guard. How crystal sang as it shattered beneath elven magic and dwarven steel. How the very air grew thick with power as the blood moon reached its zenith, visible through a shaft in the chamber's ceiling, precisely aligned for this millennial moment. In the end, it was not victory in combat, but sacrifice that determined the outcome. As Isildrith's blade found its mark in Thoric's shoulder, Ilarion made his choice. Dropping his bow, he lunged forward, placing himself between the dwarf and his father's killing blow. Dawn's Liver pierced the prince's heart, and his blood, royal elven blood, spilled upon the altar. "No!" Isildrith's cry of anguish echoed as he realized what he had done. In killing his son, he had provided half the sacrifice the binding required. Thoric, understanding instantly, placed his wounded hand upon Ilarion's, their blood mingling upon the ancient stone. "Are two lineages," he intoned, "freely given, freely joined." The column of energy flared blindingly bright as the blood moon reached its perfect alignment. The void figure within convulsed, its outline no longer crimson but pure white, its form compressing, condensing, until with a sound like the birth of a star, it imploded into nothingness. The silence that followed was profound. Isildrith fell to his knees beside his son's body, crown slipping from his brow to clatter upon crystal-strewn stone. "What have I done? What your ancestor could not," came Ilarion's voice, though his body lay still. A luminescence rose from the prince's form, not his spirit departing but transforming. Before their astonished eyes, the fatal wound closed, and Ilarion's eyes opened, no longer elven silver, but a swirling mix of silver and amber. "Udul, the binding is renewed, but changed." Thoric helped the prince to his feet, his own wound healed, his eyes now bearing the same dual coloration. "Not imprisonment," he explained, understanding flowing between them through their mingled blood. "Transformation. Discord is not destroyed but changed, balance restored where once was dominion." As if in confirmation, the altar between them transformed, stone flowing like water to form a new shape. A circular table inscribed with the united symbols of both their houses. "A new covenant," Ilarion declared, looking from his father to his newfound ally. It built not on subjugation, but cooperation. Beyond the shattered entrance, elven warriors and dwarven defenders who had been locked in combat lowered their weapons, compelled by a power greater than ancient hatred to see each other truly for the first time in a millennium. The god of discord was gone, but something new had taken its place, a presence that whispered not of strife, but of harmony, not of domination, but of balance. And as Ilarion and Thoric stepped forth from the chamber, their transformed eyes reflecting the light of a new dawn, the first chapter of a new history waited to be written. One word, one day, one shared endeavor at a time. Story 6. The ancient halls of Ironhold echoed with the rhythmic percussion of hammer on anvil, a heartbeat that had sustained the mountain kingdom of the dwarves for millennia. But today, those echoes seemed hollow to King Durin the Nine as he paced the obsidian floor of his private chamber, the absence of one particular hammer weighing upon his mind more heavily than the crown upon his brow. At the far end of the chamber, a slender figure materialized from the shadows as if born from them. Thalindra Moonshadow moved with the liquid grace that marked her elven heritage, though her profession had long set her apart from her kind. The notorious thief's silver hair caught the amber glow of the forge fires, her violet eyes reflecting nothing of her thoughts. "You summoned me to the heart of Ironhold, king under the mountain," she said, her melodic voice carrying no hint of deference. "A dangerous invitation for one of my reputation." Durin's weathered face creased further as he stroked his iron-grey beard. "Desperate times demand desperate measures, elf." "The hammer of Moria has been stolen." Thalindra's expression remained impassive, though a single eyebrow arched slightly. "The legendary hammer forged before the First Age. I thought it merely a myth." "Most do," Durin growled, "and I would prefer it remained so." He approached a wall adorned with ancient runes that spiraled in concentric patterns. At his touch, the stone melted away to reveal a hidden alcove. Inside lay a velvet-lined recess, empty. 3 nights passed. Thieves penetrated 7 layers of wards, bypassed traps that would reduce a dragon to ash, and took only this. The Dwarf King's voice trembled with barely controlled rage. "I require your specialized skills to recover it. And why would you trust an elven thief with such a task?" Thalindra's voice was silk over steel. Durin's laughter held no mirth. "Trust? No. But your reputation for completing impossible tasks and honoring contracts precedes you. The payment will be substantial." He tossed her a pouch that clinked with the unmistakable sound of enchanted mithril coins. "Half now, half upon return of the hammer." Thalindra weighed the pouch thoughtfully. "What aren't you telling me about this hammer, King Durin?" The ancient dwarf's eyes flickered momentarily to a tapestry depicting the creation of the world. "It is a symbol of our heritage, nothing more." The lie hung between them like forge smoke, but Thalindra merely nodded. "I'll need details of the theft." The undercity of Shadowcrest sprawled beneath the human capital like a dark reflection, its twisting passages known only to those who lived in twilight. Thalindra navigated its labyrinth with practiced ease, following whispers of a powerful artifact recently acquired by the mysterious collector known only as the Archivist. For 2 weeks, she had traced rumors through 3 kingdoms, bribing, threatening, and occasionally relieving certain individuals of their consciousness. The trail led here to an innocuous bookshop wedged between a tannery and an apothecary. The bell above the door announced her entrance with a delicate chime. Dust motes danced in the pale sunlight that filtered through grimy windows, illuminating towering shelves of leather-bound tomes. Behind a desk of polished oak sat a slender man with spectacles perched on a narrow nose, his age indeterminate. "I seek knowledge rarely found in common texts," Thalindra said, using the phrase her informant had provided. The shopkeeper studied her for a long moment, his eyes unnervingly bright. "Knowledge has a price, Shadow Dancer." The use of her Thieves' Guild alias confirmed she had found the right place. "Are you prepared to pay it?" "That depends on its value," she countered smoothly. With a fluid motion that belied his scholarly appearance, the man rose and beckoned her toward a bookcase at the rear of the shop. His fingers traced the spine of an ancient tome, and the entire shelf swung inward, revealing a stone staircase spiraling downward. "The archivist awaits below," he said. "Though I warn you, truth is often a heavier burden than ignorance." The chamber at the bottom of the staircase opened into a vast cavern that defied the limitations of the buildings above. Artifacts from ages past lined walls of polished marble, weapons, scrolls, and devices of power whose origins spanned the known world and beyond. At the center stood a figure draped in robes of midnight blue, examining a familiar hammer that rested upon a pedestal of crystal. The figure turned as Thalindra approached, lowering its hood to reveal features of ethereal beauty framed by hair like spun gold. An elf, but one whose eyes held the weight of countless centuries. The infamous Thalindra, Moonshadow, the figure spoke, his voice like distant bells. I've awaited your arrival since the moment Durin's hammer returned to my possession. Thalindra's hand moved instinctively to the dagger at her hip. You have me at a disadvantage. I am Arundel, he replied, last of the elven forge masters, and original guardian of what Durin calls his hammer. You're the thief. Thalindra couldn't mask her surprise. Arundel's laughter was like water over stones. Can one steal what was first stolen from them? This hammer was crafted by my hands when the world was young, entrusted to the Temple of Ithilmar for safekeeping. Durin took it by force 50 years ago, unaware of its true purpose. And what purpose is that? Thalindra circled slowly, assessing escape routes and potential weapons, creation and destruction. Arundel gestured to the hammer. This is but one of 3 artifacts forged at the world's dawn. When united, the hammer of Moria, the flame of the firmament kept by the Elves, and the anvil of the abyss hidden by the Dwarves, they can forge a weapon capable of killing gods. Thalindra's violet eyes narrowed. Why would the creators fashion such power? Arundel's expression darkened. Because they foresaw a time when it would be needed. He gestured to an ancient tapestry depicting a sleeping figure of terrible beauty surrounded by broken worlds. Morvathel, the god of endings, slumbers beneath the mountains of dread. His awakening approaches. I have felt the tremors of his stirring. And this weapon could stop him. Yes, but therein lies the danger. Arundel touched the hammer reverently. Such power cannot exist without consequence. The wielder of a god-killing weapon becomes a nexus of fate, capable of unraveling the very fabric of reality if their heart falters. The ancient elf's eyes pierced Thalindra. Durin seeks the hammer not to preserve it, but to use it. The dwarven seers have read the signs of Morvathel's awakening as well, but Durin believes he can control the god rather than destroy him, harness his power to elevate the dwarven kingdoms above all others. You expect me to believe the king under the mountain plots to enslave a god? Thalindra's tone was skeptical, though doubt had begun to gnaw at her certainty. In answer, Arundel produced a scroll bearing Durin's seal. His own words to his high council. Read them, if you doubt me. The parchment contained plans for gathering the 3 artifacts, including raids on elven temples to acquire the flame. Durin's ambitions stretched far beyond mere recovery of stolen property. You face a choice, Thalindra Moonshadow, Arundel said softly. Return the hammer to Durin and earn your gold, knowing what follows. Or join a greater cause, the protection of all realms from both a vengeful god and a king's dangerous ambition. Thalindra's fingers closed around the scroll, her mind racing. If what you say is true, neither option ends well for me. Betraying Durin makes me a target for every dwarven bounty hunter, betraying the world. She shook her head. Not even I am that mercenary. There is a third path, Arundel suggested. Udi, one that requires the very skills that make you legendary among thieves. 3 nights later, beneath the new moon, Thalindra slipped through the hidden passage into Durin's private chamber. The king awaited her, his eyes brightening at the cloth-wrapped bundle in her arms. You've succeeded where my best warriors failed, he said, reaching eagerly for the package. The security was impressive, Thalindra replied, relinquishing her burden. Though not as impressive as what I discovered about the hammer's keeper. Durin unwrapped the bundle, his triumphant smile freezing as he revealed not the hammer of Moria, but an ordinary blacksmith's tool. His eyes darted to Thalindra, hand moving to his axe. "Treachery!" "Protection," she corrected calmly. "I know of your plans for the 3 artifacts, Durin, and I know of Morvathel." The king's face contorted with rage. "You know nothing! When the dark god rises, only those who control his power will survive. The hammer is beyond your reach now," Thalindra said, "as is the flame of the firmament. I've ensured both are hidden where neither dwarf nor elf can use them for domination." Durin lunged forward with surprising speed, but Thalindra was already moving, a flash of silver arcing through the air. The king staggered back, a small dart protruding from his neck. "Poison!" he gasped. "Sleep," she corrected. "When you wake, remember this. I've honored our contract in my way. I've recovered the hammer from falling into hands that would destroy the world." She moved toward the window. "The artifacts will remain separated until truly needed, guarded by those who serve neither dwarf nor elf." As darkness claimed him, Durin heard her final words. "When Morvathel stirs, king under the mountain, we will need unity, not conquest. Remember that, if you wish your kingdom to survive what comes." Thalindra vanished into the night, leaving behind a king's wrath and taking with her a destiny not of her choosing. The hammer of Moria had found a new guardian, one who walked the shadows between kingdoms, bound now to a purpose greater than gold or glory. In the depths of the mountains of dread, something ancient stirred from slumber, sending tremors through stone that had stood untroubled for millennia. The first move in an ancient game had been played. The pieces were in motion, and somewhere in the darkness between worlds, a thief carried the weight of kingdoms upon her shoulders.